लेना आपके चले
IP webcam
इन लो
Play Store
వైఫై కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది పాస్వర్డ్ అంటే ప్రిఫర్ ఉంటుంది కదా
తెలియదురా క్యూఆర్ ఇస్తాను కావాలంటే దీనిలో డిస్ప్లే క్యాప్చర్లో క్రియేట్ న్యూ కొట్టి ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఇది కూడా కాదు మర్చిపోయాను ఇది
క్యూఆర్
ఇప్పుడు మేడం మెయిల్ ఇస్తారు ఏకంగా కాలేజ్ మెయిల్ నా దాన్ని చెయ్యని
కాలేజ్
ఆర్జిపిటిఎన్
ఇచ్చారు
ఓన్లీ ఏంది దీనిలో విండో క్యాప్చర్ ఓకే ఇదేదా సెట్
ఇదేనా
అదే క్యాప్చర్ ఆడియో డన్ ఓకే డన్ రా లైవ్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది
చూడు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ నుంచి చెక్ అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది చూడు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ నుంచి చెక్ అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది చూడు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ నుంచి చెక్ అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది చూడు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ నుంచి చెక్ అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది చూడు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ నుంచి చెక్ అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది ఫోన్ నుంచి చీరాడి చీర అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది ఫోన్ నుంచి చీరాడి చీర అంటే ఆడియో ఎక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్తుంది ఫోన్ నుంచి చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా
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 చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్
చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్ ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్
చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్
చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్
చీరాడి చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్
చీర అంటే
ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్ ఆడియో కరెక్ట్గా ఎంజాయ్ మ్యాచ్ 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 కరెక్ట్గా Mario
దానికి దగ్గరగా ఓకే అది ఒకటి పని చేస్తుంది అది ఓకే ఫస్ట్ అదే వెళ్తాం నేను పైన ట్రై చేద్దాం కిందంటే గ్రౌండ్ చైర్ పెట్టుకొని ఎక్కాలి ఇప్పుడు పెట్టదు దీనిలో మాట్లాడాలా
now it's the time to welcome our distinguished resource person for this workshop, Dr. K.S. Soumyarani ma'am. Your expertise and insights are highly appreciated, and we are grateful for your willingness to share your knowledge with us. Thank you for being here, ma'am, and contributing to the success of our workshop. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now it's time to hear some valuable insights from the distinguished personalities. So, ma'am, I cordially invite you to have few words regarding the session.
Respected dignitaries and my dear faculty members, a very good morning to you all. So this workshop actually it is very useful for us as a faculty. So we should, our focus should be on research, publications, and applying for projects. So when I contacted madam, she readily accepted to be present here, and she is a very good resource person being used all over India. So I've seen her profile and in spite of her busy schedule, so she accepted and she was here. This workshop mainly elicit journal selection, how to write the research papers, how to use the mechanism tools, how to do the literature survey, and what are the different AI tools available in assisting scientific writing, etc. It will be a wonderful session or 2 days workshop. I wish all the faculty members to utilize the opportunity and let us contribute some research to the development of your personal health as well as to the society. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I would like to invite Chiranjeev sir to share his words.
Respected dignitaries, honoured leaders, corporate leaders, and my fellow academic members and student friends, good morning. I'll give you one example. So how AI becomes one of the innovative tools in the research perspective. So when I wrote first abstract in the article on the show to brand diet, it simply suggested you go and read high school English grammar. That is for the to follow the basics of the English. The second one, to maintain the flow of the article, to go and read Christian computer science. That was the situation. It's around 8 years back, and then where we don't have that much advanced AI tools. Now, having a basis of simple English and how you can frame the query, you can get a abstract with a flow, and easily you can manage the text. That is the beauty of the AI. So, this workshop may give you some of the insights of those such type of tools and very demanding nowadays. And I suggest you, yes, you go and see some of these tools and explore, and then explore more new tools that will make ease to write the scientific and publishing easily. Hope you will enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite our AO sir, Lakshman Rao sir, to share his valuable insights.
Respected dignitaries, organizers, and dear colleagues and student friends, good morning, all of you. From a technician point of view, we are happy from last 1 year. We have been conducting several sessions, especially in different technical areas. At the technician, we are starting for them. And what usually do you, and also what the architect is expecting is more technical sessions rather than actually having cultural sessions. So that actually we are moving ahead. And from writing point of view, we have actually published very few articles compared to other universities. We have an emphasis in that as we know. And now university is also actually ready to provide the amount for the publications. But one side, actually, what we request all of you is to not to publish in paid journals. We know we have actually UGC care list. Especially we have different sections in the UGC care list. Try to please publish in those kind of journals. And from the reviewers' point of view, one thing actually we have been getting as a input or as a remark is how the editing goes. So some people are actually that directly typing in my chat GPT and whatever paper they are typing are directly giving it as a paper. So which I think you might know even tools like Gandhi also actually now actually AI tool where actually we have written the transcript using AI based format. I think I'm sure Gandhi will cover all those topics. How much extent actually we can use AI for writing the paper and how effectively we can actually use the tools for improving our paper. I think Gandhi covers in the session. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the
Thank you so much, sir. So the main purpose to initiate the workshop, I will just want to cover a few additional points, whatever the distinguished guests have already covered. But I need to add few additional points. The purpose to initiate the workshop is initiating research can present several challenges for faculty members. So time constraints, resources, lack of resources, and collaboration, finding suitable collaborators and establishing effective research partnership can be really very challenging today. And we have also publication pressure. So by taking all these different criteria into consideration, with the advancement of AI tools, definitely writing a research paper will be very easy. And here the integration of AI tools in scientific writing and research has revolutionized the way researchers approach their work. AI-powered technologies offer a range of benefits that significantly enhance efficiency, accuracy, creativity, involving scientific endeavors. So, with the usage of AI tools, so our research papers will be more efficient and productive, and there will be a possibility for enhanced accuracy. And also, AI tools provide language writing assistance, data insights and analysis, collaboration and accessibility. So these are the different advancements we can get with the involvement of AI tools. So my dear friends, so to all the participants who are here, so it is encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunities presented, ask questions, share your perspectives, and build connections that will last beyond this event. And now it's time to hear the profile of Dr. K.S. Soumya Rani ma'am. So, ma'am, she is having 6 years of teaching experience as a speaker, beginning with her role as DAN and ambassador in 2017-18. So, it included the most common titles included NEP 2020, a research perspective, AI tools in academic research, writing and publishing, and AI improving teaching pedagogies. And as a leader, she is having 6 years and with 3+ years in association with Access Communication, edited over 1,500 plus scientific documents, including research, review, and other article forms, thesis, grant applications, annual reports, and science communication lab. So, and as an entrepreneur and founder of Somnis underscore AWW, she is having 2+ years old startup. So, the vision meant to help academic and research institutions in improving their research footprint VIL, Village of Indian Institute, Institute of Management, Bangalore, IIM. So co-incubated with Kerala Startup Mission under the WSP Food Program. So and she is very interested in delivering lectures about AI tools. So definitely we have to utilize this session in the 2 days. So in the 2 days cover. So today is completely theory session. In the morning we have one session. In the afternoon we have one session. In the tomorrow session we are having going to have
when this lady researcher here, she was one of those who got the Nobel Prize. And the interesting story behind her winning the prize is that she worked at a very famous institution, an IIT institution in the US called Penn University. So at Penn University, and she was working somewhere in the 1980s, she was working on something called RNA. Thanks to COVID, usually RNA is the word that is known only to life sciences, medical sciences, and biological people. But today, because of COVID, all of us know about mRNA because some of us even have mRNA vaccines injected into our bodies. Good or bad is a completely different topic. So this lady was working on mRNA. She could not give results that were sufficient enough for its publications. She could not submit grant proposals that brought in the necessary money. And because this was an IT school, they thought, okay, if you're not bringing in the money, if you're not giving us publications, then you don't deserve to be a part of this team. So therefore, what they do is they demote her. As in, they take away her privileges, they cut off her salary, and at one point they drive her out of the institution. She goes out, joins a German company, continues her research, finds this live all-stream mRNAs as vaccine, and it also goes on to win the Nobel Prize. And that researcher is none other than Catherine Gandhi. So the takeaway message from this story is this researcher here did not get those big money, huge grants. She did not publish those very prestigious papers, 100 papers in a year. She was definitely not listed in the 2% Stanford list. But still, she went on to win the Nobel Prize. So the question here is, what is the goal of publication? Should you be focused only on getting high impact factor publications, or should you be focused on actually creating an impact on the society through your research and through your papers? So there is no one right answer to this. Whichever side you pick, I just hope you know the consequences and the effects of being on both sides. So when it comes to good scientific writing, it is not just blindly writing in and writing a paper, but it has a strategy behind it. And a good paper does not start when you start writing a paper, but rather it starts when you design your action experiments, then you ask your research questions. Good papers can only come if you ask good questions. And after that, you make the right experiments, good methodology, good statistical analysis and papers, and only then comes the actual part where you write your papers with very clear language, and then you go on to publish it at the right time. No matter how great you feel your research is, if you don't have supporters in your community who are very much intrigued by your results, and those results arrive at the right time. So the MIT axis, going back to the same analogy, they gained so much of popularity because they were one of the first axis to be released right when COVID was happening. If today someone discovers a new vaccine for COVID, do you think it will garner the same level of attention? Will they get the same amount of popularity? I definitely don't think so. So it is important that you are in the right place, with the right question, do your research thoroughly well, and you also publish it on time so that you can get the laurels that you and your research basically deserve. And anytime we talk about writing, in a very general sense, we always talk about storytelling because our brains are so attuned to stories. We all remember our bedtime stories, we all remember our, say, our school rhymes, all those little stories, the Panchatantra stories and whatnot, because our brain really loves a good story. So when you convey an information as a continuum, as a story that has a purpose, that tells you the importance, then people will simply lap it up. Just because scientific writing is a very formal exercise, it does not mean it has to be boring. It is not just capturing paragraph after paragraph with no connection to each other whatsoever. So it should always start with a story. And how do you bring in storytelling into a scientific way? So the simplest way is to make sure that you ask the right questions in the introduction and make sure you answer all these questions in your discussion section. Start with how these questions are written. Where did this research initially start?
Why is that these questions are so important to you and to the research community? And when you write your discussion section of your paper, make sure you answer all the questions that you open up in the introduction section, and this simple technique will keep your audience, keep your reader pretty engaged. They'll be able to appreciate your paper even more. We'll be talking more about this in the coming slides. And among the thousands of different questions that you can ask and answer in a research paper, remember the most important question is always the why. Why are you doing this particular research? Why should I as a reader be interested in your research? Why are you the researcher doing this research? Because there are so many other people, they can do it. What makes you special? Why are you the right person to do it? Convince me that you have the necessary expertise and the background knowledge and also the intention to follow this research. This is a thought that comes from the business circles. If you know, there is a very famous TED talk by this person called Simon Sinek. If you have never heard him talk, you should go and listen to him, because when we are all making these fancy PPTs with AI, all he did was take a few sheets of paper, large sheets of paper, drew a few things. He goes on to give the talk in a very dim lit room, and this talk goes on to be one of the most popular TED talks of all time. And the emphasis of this talk is, anytime you write, anytime you speak, anytime you teach or do research, always focus on the why. People are interested in the why. Yes, tell us how did you do the experiments, tell us what results you got, but most importantly, tell us why these results are important. How will they impact the society as a large, and you will find that you have a much better reader for your paper. Before you can go on to write your own papers, you should read and understand the papers already written, and this consortium or collection of papers written already and published, they are known as literature. And in literature, you have different levels of literature. For instance, the first question to the room is, can I read literature or read scientific information from Wikipedia? How many of you would say yes? Yes, you can read scientific information from Wikipedia. So all of you say no. Why is that? Yes, okay. I see one person is with me. Why do you not want to read your literature from Wikipedia? There is no right answer there. You can pick both sides. You can in fact read scientific information from Wikipedia, because even something as loosely put together as Wikipedia is something known as tertiary source or tertiary literature. So you can read blog posts, you can read news articles, you can get your information from Wikipedia. The problem is when you stop your reading with Wikipedia. You can start at Wikipedia, but always promote yourself from Wikipedia to secondary sources of information like review articles, for instance. And once you are done understanding review articles, move into the primary sources, which are your journal articles, your thesis, and so on. So how is this different? So when you read tertiary sources, they are not always referenced properly. They don't always get information from the right sources. Whereas secondary sources, they bring in a lot of information into one single paper, but remember, they are still secondary sources. They are not coming directly from the author's mouth, and for you to be able to cite or reference a paper into your own writing, you should go back to the original source, which in most of the cases will happen to be either a journal article or a thesis or a conference article at its best, depending on what your journal allows you to be. So make sure that you start anywhere you feel comfortable depending on your expertise level, but always go back to the primary source. And when you want to cite a source, always cite a primary source. So if there are 100 references, 95 references has to be from the primary source, or at least aim for 90 references from primary sources. The less 10 from website secondary sources are still acceptable by most of the journals. So we are so focused on writing good papers, doing good research, that we forget all of this starts from being able to read literature strategically, because there are like thousands of papers out there, and as a researcher you are expected to read at least 300-400 papers in your niche area before you are considered, or before you can claim you are an expert in the area and then go ahead and write your own papers. But reading these 300-400 papers, especially as a faculty who also have administrative duties, is not going to be easy. So it is important that you have a strategy. So when do you start reading a paper? Obviously from the abstract, and that is still a good practice. And once you are a very young researcher, you can start reading further from the introduction, because you do not know the story, you do not know where all this research is exactly rooted. But once you gain certain expertise in a field, the introduction is no longer important to you. Even the discussion section does not make much sense to you, because the discussion is going to be biased. The authors are going to present their results in a view, in a perspective that makes sense to them, and you may not necessarily believe in that or take it as the absolute truth, which means all you need is a quick reading of the abstract, a quick look into all of these display items like tables and figures, because tables and figures, they themselves are complete information. That is why, as a writer, when you write or prepare a table or a figure, you are asked to give such detailed legends that even when someone does not have access to the full text, they can understand the tables, they can understand the figures. So in a good, well-written paper, you don't actually need the results section. Read the abstract, go through your display items, and only when you want to be convinced that these results are good, you can quickly skip into the results section, quickly look into the methods to validate it, and that's that. Discussion section most of the times does not even hold much value to you if you are already a advanced researcher. And anytime you read a paper, don't just focus on the results, focus on all of these other questions. Make sure that the entire paper makes sense to you. Say I read two papers, paper A, paper B. Both of them give me very contradicting results. Paper A comes out with super claims telling that we are the first person to discover this is so novel, all that blah 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 stuff which we usually see in papers. And then paper B says it's a very modest paper, does not claim precedence, does not claim supremacy, and so on. So out of these two papers, which paper should I believe? The intuitive answer here is you're going to say paper B because they are modest, because we believe that scientists are supposed to be modest, academics are supposed to be modest. But when it comes to me, I don't really bother about the tone of the paper or what these two people claim in their papers, but how do I validate these two results or papers? I go back to the methodology section. I look at who has designed a much robust experiment, who has used the latest techniques, more reliable techniques, who has done the highest number of repetitions with their experiments, with their models, with their constructs, whatever it might be, and whoever did the validation better, that is the researcher I am going to go with. Even if a researcher is pompous enough, very self-centered, but if their methodology is good, that is the researcher I will trust. Same applies to the modest researcher also. So don't be blinded by the high claims in the abstract or in the discussion. Anytime you start reading literature, be very objective. Ask your own questions. Always get to the root of data. Go back into the supplementary. Go back into all the raw data submitted to the journal and evaluate the data based on your own convictions. And one other way in which you can make your literature searches and reading process more validated is by validating the papers right at the source. What do I mean by that? Where do you normally collect your research papers from? Google Scholar, most of the cases. So what if right at the source, because we have a very good metric to see which papers are good, which are not good, which is called the Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4 classification. It could be the Psi index, it could be the Scopus index, but any of these indexing tells you that Q1, Q2, Q3 journals, they are good. Q4 is always problematic. It could be Scopus, it could be WOS, it could be UGC Care. The Q4 category is always problematic because these journals have a lot of glitches, and several times it so happens that journals in the Q4 category at one point they are removed in the next quarter or in the next round of evaluation, which shows that these journals do not always have a very consistent quality metric to them, which means you should not be publishing in Q4 journals to start with, but also you should not be reading or relying on papers that were published in Q4 journals, because when they are unreliable and when your paper gets associated with these low grade, low quality papers, by association, it tarnishes your reputation and the validity of your paper as well, which means right from day one, when you are collecting literature, you want papers only from standard journals in Q1, Q2 and Q3 categories, for which you can add this very simple Chrome extension called Rapid Journal Quality Check. So if you look at the results on my screen, you'll notice something different. So my Google Scholar result is pretty much similar to what you will see on your screen, but it has these small additions, Q1, Q2, all these small colored kind of elongated ovals that tell me what quality is this paper coming from. So my first paper on the list is from a Q1, Q2 journal. The second paper is from a Q1 journal. The third paper is also from a Q1 journal, which means if these papers are relevant to my research, I can happily go ahead and add them to my literature collection because they come from very good sources. All you have to do is just search for this extension called Rapid Journal Quality Check. This is a Google Chrome extension. Add it to your Google Chrome. That's it. You're done. Anytime you open Google Scholar, this ranking check is done automatically, and every single paper is graded according to its quality. And when I talk about reading literature, the next immediate question that pops up is, it's all nice that you're talking about strategizing, storytelling and all of these fancy words, but how do we read literature when most of the literature is not even accessible? So much of literature is behind a paywall, we cannot even access the full text. Yes, I know ONOS is on its way, which means the One Nation, One Subscription. If you have not heard it already, the government will now grant access to several of these prestigious publications and journals through a single window system, which will be accessible to you because you are eligible as a government institution. If you are a public institution, that wouldn't happen, and I'm not sure how much of ONOS is happening right at the moment. So until then, we all definitely need a mechanism by which, apart from sending these links to our friends in other institutions and friends abroad, we need a strategy where we can quickly find the full text. And of course, SkyHub and Libsyn were huge partners. As illegal as they were definitely great help to several of us just a few years ago. Unfortunately, this no longer works because there are so much of legal hassles. They have a lot of lawsuits going against them, and they are forbidden from upgrading their literature collection. So are there alternatives where I can find full text? Yes, there are a few alternatives like Unpaywall, Paper Panda, Open Access Button, Academia.edu and so on. But the limitation with these alternatives is they are not as straightforward and as simple as SciHub used to be. But in the absence of a universal code breaker like SciHub, you should be trying out some of these alternative resources to see if you are able to find your papers before you ask someone else to grant you access. So, how exactly should I be finding literature? Just like how you should have a strategy to read papers, it is also essential for you to have a strategy to find out the entire literature collection, and this strategy basically pivots or revolves around having the right keyword strategy. Even with the advent of AI tools, which we will be talking about today afternoon, where most of this keyword engineering has been taken up by the AI tools, it still helps to know that you should be using the right keywords, not just individual words, but combination of words. Why combination? Because say for instance, when I say apple into Google, I just type in apple into Google. What do you think would be my first result? Will it be a fruit apple or will it be the picture of Steve Jobs? I never know. Depending on the user history and all the metrics, there's almost an equal possibility that one of these two can pop. So how do I prevent this from happening? When a word as simple as apple can bring me such very contrasting results, what happens when I use very high complex terminologies, but then terminologies which are common to multiple fields, resulting in me having tens of thousands of papers. That's how you end up with having 10,000 results on Google Scholar. Because Google Scholar focuses on every single keyword, and any time a part of the keyword is present in a paper, that paper gets pulled up and you find it in your results. This makes the entire process of searching for literature a bit more tedious than it should be. Therefore, always spend some time on creating or engineering the right keywords. This could also be later on extended into creating the right prompts for your ChatGPT or any of the other Gen AI tools as well, which we'll talk about in the afternoon session. So always focus on having just the main concepts or multiple main concepts as the keywords. Think about alternatives, never use abbreviations, and link them using proper Boolean operators. So engineers in the room, I know you know Boolean operators much better than me. So Boolean operators are no longer irrelevant. They definitely still hold a place in your search strategy. So make sure you use them appropriately to communicate your requirement to Google Scholar, so that instead of having 10,000 results, if you can cut down the results to 6,000, that in itself is a win that will ensure that you quickly run through the literature at a much faster pace. So what is the next step? Now we have a strategy to use the right keywords. We saw a strategy with which you can find the right quality papers, and also a small strategy which you can use to quickly scan papers. Instead of relying on the standard INRAD structure, how can you quickly skim through papers? Now after you have done all this, the next step is where you have to summarize the information from each of these individual papers, and at the next level you should summarize information from multiple papers. Because when you are writing a literature review, never start sentences with XYZ et al. Said so and so, paper number 1. The second sentence starts with ABC et al. Said so and so, that is one paragraph. Never summarize individual papers in your literature survey, because in a literature synthesis, the focus is not on individual researchers, it is not on individual papers, but rather it's on the complete story and the conglomerate of information. So how do I arrive at these larger summaries? You will have to summarize each paper individually first, and then you have to combine papers with the same thing. And one of the simplest ways this could be done in a very conventional way is to have a whiteboard in your lab or in your working room at home, and every single paper goes onto a post-it. So one paper, just summarize the key information on a post-it, you can place it on your whiteboard. And why post-it? Because it restricts how much you can write for each paper. This is important, if not you will end up writing pages and pages of summaries, which will not be of any use. And also post-its, you can have them in different colors, which means papers that deal with the same topic can go onto the same color post-its. You can easily cluster them on your whiteboards. And also post-its are not permanent. You can stick them, remove them, rearrange them as your story evolves. Your literature board will also evolve with you, giving you a much better strategy to write better literature reviews. Now, with the advent of so many online tools, you don't have to do this manually any longer. You can actually have virtual whiteboards. Most of these whiteboards, they even come for free. Just Google for a free whiteboard and you will find these whiteboards with the same options where you can post it, where you can add comments, where you can draw and do all sorts of things on the whiteboard. So now you can also do that virtually on your systems and share it with your team members when you are writing a paper as a group. Because when there is a collective effort, having a common whiteboard will help all of you to bring your literature connections onto one whiteboard. Say I have 4 members on my team and we have 400 papers. Then each of the team members could have 100 papers. They read the 100 papers, summarize it, add it to the whiteboard. This will cut down the time by at least 1/4 or so for each of us, 2/4, 3/4 even if it is done efficiently. And that's how you can think of having ways in which you can do research collaboratively, but then also do this entire process from literature collection. So how do you share your literature collection? The simplest way is you can have EndNote or Mendeley. You can have a reference manager and you can add all of your group members as a group on Mendeley, and anytime any of you collect a full text paper, just add it into the group. Label it appropriately, add it into the group. Now you have your own personal collection of 400 papers with complete full text brought in from different sources. And the next step is to do the literature synthesis from these 400 papers, which you cannot do with EndNote or Mendeley. That's where you need such whiteboards where you can collaboratively work to do the literature summaries and also the literature, these small cut clustered summaries can also happen. The next stage is where you want to write collaboratively, for which we have all been using Google Docs from ever since. That still works pretty fine. So now you have a strategy where you have a common literature collection in your reference manager, where you have a common summary collection, where you have a consolidated summaries shared between the entire group in the form of such whiteboards, and then you go into the actual writing process, which can also be shared and done collaboratively if you have a very simple shared Google Docs arrangement. This will help you work more efficiently as a team, even if you are sitting all across the group. So, because we are all a bit sleepy, let's talk 2 minutes about food. So, what is your favorite food? Biryani. My kind of people here. So, I am a non-vegetarian, and my favorite food happens to be chicken biryani. Okay. So, when I say chicken biryani, for the non-vegetarians here, or the vegetable pulao for the rest of the vegetarians here, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? The taste, the smell. Can you remember the smell? The crunch of the bones under your teeth. Yeah. How biryani, because the biryani rice feels very different in your fingers. That's the tactile input. Do you also remember the last time you had this favorite food? Sunday, this Sunday. Yeah. Very loyal biryani devotees here. Okay. The people with whom you had this food with, the memories associated with the last time you met these people. So all I gave you was just one word, chicken biryani. How did you bring in so many memories? You remembered smell, you had all these vision memories, you had this tactile or touch memories, you also had your feelings and emotions that could be recalled. How did this happen? How is this all centered around a simple food item? All around any of those memories. It's because your brain is so beautifully designed that it never remembers anything in silos. So when you eat biryani, it's not that it remembers biryani, it is going to remember every single aspect associated with biryani in association with each other, which means there's a very complex neural network that is retaining your memory, and this neural network is super efficient. So when we already have such a super efficient system, why aren't we using it to retain information about our research? Why aren't we following the same model so that you can connect one information to the other beautifully and you don't forget the information, and when you do this connecting on your paper, your readers also don't forget your papers. A simple way in which you can begin doing this is by using a technique called mind mapping, where we bring the mapping skills of the mind onto the paper. So a mind map is basically a non-linear structure, which means unlike a timeline or unlike a TOC. So TOC is table of contents. If you have ever written a thesis, you would know you write all these headings, subheadings, third level headings. That's called a TOC or table of contents. So unlike a timeline or a table of contents, doing a mind map will be very now flexible because it does not start at one point and end at the other, but rather it starts with one core idea. And around this core idea, all the other sub-ideas are being clustered, and under each of these sub-ideas there will be more sub-functions, and this can keep expanding on and on and on as far as you want. And this is a great way to structure your classes when you are taking very key topics to your students. This is a great way to structure your research, not just for one proposal or one paper. This is a great way to have your vision set for the next 10 years, because when you do research, you should not be only focused on the next 3 years or next 5 years. When you write the first proposal, it is going to be very difficult for you to get funds, for you to actually win the funds, win the grant. This is okay, this is very normal. But when you write the second proposal, it should get easier, because you already have written a grant, you have gotten the money for the first grant, and you also have publications from the first grant. But when will this happen? Only when your second grant leans on your first grant, and the second grant uses you as an expert, the expertise you gained from the first grant. And how will this happen? Only when you have the vision to see that, okay, this is my first grant, But then once I finish this grant in the next 3 years or so, I'm going to write a second grant which is going to expand on this particular section of this grant or the paper. And then in the next 4-5 years, I'll be writing my next grant, and under each of these grants, I'll also have to know how many students will I support, what will these students work on, and even if they are just master students, if you put 5 projects together, that can all come back together as a very good paper. It will come together as a very good paper only if you plan on the paper or plan on the project even before you assign your students the subsections of these papers. In all of these cases, mind mapping is a great tool to visually show you the different components of this one overarching idea, which will all come together at the end to establish yourself as an expert in the field, to make sure that you get the next grants much easier, and also you get to publish more papers which can legitimately cite your earlier papers, thereby increasing your citations, your H index, Cite index, and whatnot. So this is one continued story, and all of this will happen only when you have the vision, when you have a clear picture, and one tool that can give you this clear picture is called mind maps. Say for instance, I am someone interested in this lifestyle change called intermittent fasting. So intermittent fasting, we must have heard about this keto diet, high fat, low carb diet and stuff. So after that, intermittent fasting is a lifestyle change where you fast for 16 hours in a day and you eat only for 8 hours. So within the 8-hour window, you eat your food, you drink your drinks. Beyond that, this is all 0 calories. And this is considered as good for managing diabetes, fatty liver and what. So imagine I'm someone who wants to explore more on this topic. So the central circle will have intermittent fasting. On one of the circles, I have say different types of intermittent fasting. On one of the circles, I talk about how intermittent fasting is helpful for diabetes. On the other circle, I talk about how intermittent fasting is good for obesity or weight loss and so on. And then maybe I also assign a circle where I talk about the limitations or disadvantages of intermittent fasting. Now by doing this, I have the complete story in one single unified visual, and by looking at it, I can figure out how each of these connect to each other, but then it is also easier for me to see where there are gaps. Okay, I have talked about A, I have talked about C, but where is B? B is the connecting link between A and C, which means, okay, so I have missed something on the research, I should go back to my drawing board and make sure that I fit this somewhere, explore this so that I have a much better paper at the end of the day. This is what is possible with mind maps. So where do we find these $1 million questions that when we answer, when we do research, it gets us the necessary recognition. So one of the simplest places where you can find your research questions is from real life problems. Considering that you are engineers, I'm sure you will encounter a lot of real life scenarios, industrial scenarios where the existing systems no longer work, they have a lacuna, or the process is no longer working. Say for instance, the batch process, the large batch process is not working. That's how the lean manufacturing started up. If you know the story of Toyota, for instance, so after the depression and the world wars, it did not make sense to do manufacturing in large batches. When American companies were buying in all this big machinery, and they were trying to create millions of these parts all at one time, and then all the assembly happens at the end. That is when Toyota walks into this scenario. They don't have the money, they don't have the resources, so they go with something called this single batch production, wherein small groups are involved in producing an entire car in a very minimal time. There is no this large machinery and large batch process and so on. So this innovation happened because someone sat in the real life scenario, found a problem, and they tried to solve it in the real life. That is something you can do, especially in the engineering streams. But if that is not possible, then you should be looking for something called gaps in literature or research gap. So what exactly is a research gap? So research or literature, we discussed that it is one single story. It started somewhere 2 decades, 3 decades ago or 5 years ago, and there are so many researchers who have worked through these years to bring in small pieces of the puzzle together. But the puzzle, say it's a 100-piece puzzle, it is still not complete because there are so many pieces that are missing. And it is your duty as a researcher to find which pieces are missing, and out of these missing pieces, which piece is the most important, so that you can pick up at that as a research question and start. So where exactly should I find these research gaps or these missing puzzle pieces? You can find them in review articles, you can find them in your research articles, in your conference papers, but then also on your conference gatherings, your social gatherings, the informal group of your researchers and so on. So every review, a good review, will talk about what has not been discovered yet, what has not been built yet. Similarly, a good research article should tell you the significance of the work, the limitation of the work, and should also direct you about the future directions of the work. So where will you find these information? So within a research paper, look into the introduction. In the introduction, normally, they tell you a problem and then they tell you the way in which they wanted to solve this problem. This is a great place to pick up the problem. So the problem is there, already ready-made, presented to you on the introduction section. The authors have only given one solution. And most of the questions, most of the problems have so many other solutions. The same problem can be solved in 1,000 other ways, especially when we are talking about engineering problems. So pick the same problem from a published paper, give a different solution. Give a solution that's more efficient, give a solution that is economical, give a solution that works in the Indian scenario, and you have a new project in your hand, a very legitimate, even if it is a slightly incremental question, you still have a very good question. The second place where you can look up is in the conclusion section, where the authors talk about something called future directions. Those future directions directly tell you that these questions are still open. You can pick one of them and start working on it. And good discussions don't just talk about significance, they also talk about limitations. Those things which make this paper not so perfect. So what did the authors miss? Why did they miss? Because no paper is perfect, no research is 100% complete. Research is not a sprint. It's not like you can take the baton, go run, finish the race, be number one and go on. It doesn't work like that. It's more of a relay. So you take the baton to some extent, pass it on. The next researcher runs for the next 100 meters. The next researcher next, and so on. We all stand on the shoulders of giants in terms of doing research, which means every paper, every research will have limitations. The corollary here is, when you are writing your own papers, don't be hesitant to include your limitations in the discussion, especially considering that reviewers today are highly critical and they explicitly ask you to include the limitations. So don't wait until you get this comment from the reviewers. Be proactive and add limitations into the discussion, and these limitations from other papers in the literature are great places for you to devise your next questions. And the next thing you should be doing is, remember to stalk your favorite authors. Stalk those top authors in your field. Follow them on social media. If you see they are going to a conference, make sure you also go to the same conference. Because there is so much of research information that is never shared in the public domain. There are so much of nuances to the work that people do, which gets only shared during lunches, during formal dinners, during conference get-togethers and so on. And if you are not present in these places, you don't get this inside information, and your research is still decades old because the world has moved forward so much, but nobody announces it on journal articles, nobody announces it on newspapers. These announcements happen mostly in very, very informal settings. So make sure you are there, you are on social media. Instagram and LinkedIn, they are no longer just for, especially Instagram, even if it is just Instagram, it is no longer just for entertainment. There are so many research conversations that happen on Instagram, and even better is if you are on LinkedIn or if you are on Twitter. The only difference is LinkedIn is going to be a bit diplomatic, whereas Twitter is going to be outright rabid dog barks, but that's where the information is. So make sure you are on social media, following all the key authors, researchers in your field. Therefore, you get updated as to what is happening in the field in a very quick manner. And today, the best researchers are not those who are highly competitive. Yes, competition, trying to be top on the class is all good, but if you look at the most successful researchers in today's world, in today's metrics, it's not the competitive ones, it's those researchers who can establish very good collaborations. Because many brains are definitely good than one single brilliant brain, and if you can find the right researchers to collaborate with, sincere collaborations. I'm not talking about WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups where you can pay 5,000 and get authorship. Not that kind of collaboration. Sincere collaboration with researchers on the same line as you are. If you are just starting out, if you only have 2 years of research experience, you cannot expect to establish a collaboration with someone who has been in the field for 20 years. That doesn't make sense. Go find your peers, people who are also just starting out 2-3 years into their research, who are open enough to collaborate with you, who have resources that complement what you have access to. And once you have these nice, real collaborations, good papers can come out, good research can come out, and everybody benefits out of these collaborations. So, to conclude the first part of the morning session, a good research question, according to me, will have at least these 4 characteristics. First is novelty. So there is no point in reinventing the wheel or being the second person to land on the moon. You have to be the first person to discover, design something if you want to be recognized. So your research question should be novel. There is no shortcut to this. You cannot just repeat what someone else has done with very insignificant changes. You can repeat. Incremental research is okay as long as there is a very clear increment to the research. A second category or the second attribute is compatibility. So you cannot just pick a research question just because it is novel and it is fancy. It so happened that during the COVID times, every research was focused on COVID. Engineering people trying to build systems so that they can detect COVID faster. Biology people trying to develop systems which actually go into the vaccines. Everybody was flocking to COVID. So it is not bad that you are trying to jump on the most famous bandwagon and trying to get a bit of the limelight, but make sure that it aligns with your long-term goals. Are you someone who wants to design these machinery for detecting diseases in the long term? If so, please go ahead and do it. But if your alignment is elsewhere, just because something is shiny, fancy and new, don't jump. Applies to artificial intelligence or AI as well. Just because AI is getting all the attention, all the funding, doesn't mean you have to jump on the bandwagon if it does not make sense to you. Don't make a huge pivot and leave your actual research. The next is feasibility. You can have those billion-dollar ideas, but if they cannot be tested today, with the manpower and resources you have, your idea is as good as being worthless. Unless you're Elon Musk, who can manage to test pretty much anything on earth, don't jump on over-ambitious projects, especially as a young researcher. You have not even established your credibility as a researcher. So, yes, as counterintuitive as this sounds, please take only safe bets for your initial projects. Establish yourself, and then you can go crazy all you want in your post-first decade life as a researcher. The fourth attribute is sustainability. Yes, sustainability in terms of environment, saving the tigers, the trees and our earth, but also sustainability in terms of your career. So whatever you do today should add value to what you will be doing 3 years down the lane, and all of this should add value to what you will do 5 years down the lane, 10 years down the lane and so on. All of this should be one single story. You cannot be someone interested in field A today and then 3 years down the lane you cannot abstractly jump from field A to field B. Though technically you can, when you do this huge jump, you miss out on all the expertise and credibility you gain while working on field A. So spend sufficient amount of time before picking a field, before picking a research project, before picking an institution where you want to work even, to make sure all of this makes sense in the very long term. And this starts with your research question. So research is never easy. It has never been easy, especially with the mad competition that we have at the moment. So going back to the story of Catherine Carico, the lady who was chased out of her institution only to go on and win a Nobel Prize. So she meets yet another researcher called Drew Weissman somewhere in the copy room. These are 1980s, which means you don't have your personal printing machines, you don't have all these smartphones to work with. Anything you want to read, you have to go into the copier room where they have these Xerox machines, printout machines. There will be a person handling it. You give them or ask them what you want, and then they get it printed out for you and so on. They meet in one such copier room, and then they discuss some ideas, and they were very interested in each other's ideas. They go ahead, start working together, and it was a decade or so longer before they had a breakthrough in their research and went on to win the Nobel Prize. So the take home is be persistent. Just because your first research project fails does not mean your original idea is not good enough. Don't abandon an idea before you have explored it sufficiently. Knowing when to pursue and when to pivot is a great skill to have in this century. So develop the skill to know when you have to do either of them. So this is a story from the biological world, though the story will be relatable to most of you. So this microbiologist here, he was a bit of a lazy researcher. So in microbiology, where we work with bacteria and all these dangerous microbes, it is an unsaid rule that Friday, when you go home or when you leave the lab, you should disinfect all the plates, all these bacterial plates, and only then you are supposed to leave the lab. This rule applies even today. But this guy, he was a bit lazy, he was going on a vacation for a week or so. He thought, okay, what's the big deal? I'll just throw the plates here, I'll come back and then disinfect it after a week. He comes back and he sees that on this bacterial plate, there are some fungi growing, and when there is a fungus, the bacteria are all dead. He could have just thrown the plates to disinfect. He did not do that. He goes on to see what this fungus is, and he isolates a compound from this fungus which goes on to become world famous. Any guesses as to what this compound could be? You all have used it at one point or another. It is not exactly insulin, because insulin does not kill bacteria. What kills bacteria? No? Sorry? Penicillin. Exactly. So if it were not for this small oversight or his ability to embrace serendipity. So serendipity is when accidentally things happen to you and you go ahead and accept them and explore them. So even in research, maybe you're so focused on reaching point Z, but sometimes something will happen along the way, and that something could turn out to be a great deal breaker or game changer in research. That's how research always works. You plan on something, something else happens. So always make sure that you keep your eyes open for such possibilities. The next story is that of an engineer called Wilson Greatbatch. This was a time when he was trying to build a machine that could measure heartbeats. So he wanted to measure heartbeats. It was back way in those days when we did not have such facilities. And unfortunately, on one particular day, he switches a transistor or resistor, transistor, something happens on the machine, and instead of measuring heartbeats, this machine started emitting small electrical pulses in a very rhythmic, uniform way. This was a time when pacemakers were available, but they were the size of a large cupboard or so, and it was very painful for someone to be attached to a pacemaker. And when this happened, Greatbatch could quickly see that, okay, now if this small machine can give such electrical pulses, I can make this into a portable pacemaker. And this was the beginning of portable pacemakers. I'm sure at least one of your distant relatives today has had a heart problem and they have been on pacemakers at least for a brief amount of time. But the story does not end here. So for a pacemaker to be really efficient, it's not sufficient that the machine works, the machine should also have electricity. And if the machine is portable, it should have good batteries which can sustain for quite long times, and such long-lasting batteries were not available back in those days. Greatbatch could have been happy with his mission, step back, go on to do his research, but he did not. He went on to also start a company that developed and produced batteries that could sustain pacemakers for a long time. So the takeaway is, when there are tangents, don't wait for someone else to come and solve those problems. Solving a part of the problem is good, but solving the problem in its entirety is even better. And especially as people from engineering backgrounds, don't look at just the parts. If you ever stumble upon an opportunity where you can solve an entire sector of problems, go for it. At least give it your all for some time before you abandon it, is the takeaway right here. So on that note, as we come to a small end for a tea break, I'm Dr. Soumya, and to add to the beautiful introduction from Dr. Ansha already, I enjoy doing 3 things at least. The first is that of being a parent to my 11-year-old, almost 11-year-old daughter, and all the stray dogs, cats, birds, tadpoles, butterflies that she has brought along so far. And the second role is that of an editor. So my job day in and day out is to sit with manuscripts, edit it not just for language but also to help you restructure it better, tell you where your manuscripts are not doing good. I tell you that okay, this discussion does not make sense whatsoever. There are a lot of gaps in the discussion. Please go back, write and come back to us. Take care of your language, take care of your journal requirements and so on. That's what I do most of the times. And this led me to start my own startup where we have a small team of editors who do this job along with me. Not just that, we started out as a company or as a concern or as a team, however you want to call it, which offered training to faculty researchers such as yourself, just like the one we are having today, on how to write papers better, how to leverage AI tools ethically so that you can write these papers in a much shorter amount of time, much more efficiently, especially coming from a country where English is not our first language. So how do you navigate this language barrier, even though you're all great researchers? How do you navigate the language barriers to also be great communicators, to write your papers better and so on? We also have long workshops that run for 10 days or so. This happens twice every year. I'll share the next program details towards the end of the session. And we also support our participants through our team of editors so that not only do they get trained, but anytime they get stuck with the writing process, structuring process, we support them end to end. We don't write manuscripts, we don't have tie-ups with journals. We cannot promise you that okay, pay 20,000, we'll get your paper published. That does not happen, that's not what we do. We are on your side, hand-holding you, write better, structure better, proofread it thoroughly, format it properly so that you have a much better chance of moving your paper into the peer review process. Because that in itself is a huge thing. Not having your papers just rejected and moving it into your peer review process is the first win. So we start from there and then this association usually continues until the paper is published. So I think we could take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, I'll be talking mostly about how to structure your original articles or research articles, slightly about review articles, and also about plagiarism, paraphrasing, what to do, what not to do with your peer review process and so on. So that's the plan for the next 1 hour when we come back after the 5-10 minute tea break. And in the meanwhile, if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to take them now. Or if you want to have your tea and then come back and ask questions, I'm okay with that as well. your short summary. Short share a short no, article session I have a list of proper PDF list of all the be submitting your first 1 or 2 papers at least, and then towards the end you can submit the rest of the papers. Plan for publications early, never fall into the trap of such paper mills. And now this network has gone so deep that paper mills promise to give you a paper. They also have tie-ups with journal editors, so your paper does not undergo any peer review process. The paper that you did not write, or even when you write, no peer review whatsoever. And they also assure you that they get you citations for your paper. This is all now being sold in bulk. It's like one single package. Here, pay 1,50,000, you get a paper published in your name, you get citations, you get your index, index, everything is done. Never a good idea. Might look like a good idea now, but you will regret it sometime later. And this word of caution applies not just to journal publications, it also applies to conference publications. Because conferences have also become very, very popular, and the quickest way to get on the publication ladder is to submit a chapter in a conference book or in a conference edition of the journal, which again is not the right way to be doing research. So be aware of where your paper goes and make sure that you are in the very clean, white area of publishing. The next question is, where should I publish? Open access or subscription-based papers? Common sense is open access, because when you publish something open access, more people read it, more people cite your work, you get recognition. But the problem is, open access has become a very profitable industry, especially with cases like MDPI for instance, where they charge you humongous amounts and they publish your paper with very limited peer review. So now open access has this very bad name to it that the peer review is very easy, your paper gets published soon, but it is not good enough. So should you not publish in open access journals at all? Not the case. Look for journals which are open access, but then they also have a good reputation, and usually these journals are something called the society journals, like run by IEEE for instance. I think in your case IEEE is one of the popular society which runs journals. Similarly, look for professional societies, look for non-profit publishers who publish open access but with very strong peer review mechanism. Peer review might look like a pain when you are going through it, but going through a robust peer review process will make your paper better. It will also make you a better researcher. So start early, get as many rejections as they come, but always submit to legitimate journals and get your papers in good places so that what you read today will stay for the long run. If you want to stay in academia, you cannot keep losing papers. Each paper has to keep adding on to your credibility, and that will happen only when you plan properly. And this is the problem where with MDPI, some of its journals were removed from the Clarivate list. They don't have any impact factor anymore, which means if you ever published a paper in one of such predatory or unscrupulous journals, now your paper has no impact factor. Your paper has vanished into thin air. All your work is gone, your paper is also gone. Doesn't make sense after paying lakhs of rupees to get it published here. So we started today's session with how storytelling is at the core of writing manuscripts as well, and good stories have certain attributes to them. They have a purpose, they also come in with the right details, but more importantly, they have a structure. So when it comes to research articles, one of the most prominent structures used is called the INTRAD structure. So INTRAD is an acronym for Introduction, Materials and Methods, Research, Discussion and so on. But we are not interested in the acronym or the expansion, rather we are interested in how it is represented. INTRAD structure of papers is represented as a hard class. So when you look at a hard class, it starts broad, narrows down, there is a short neck, and then there is a small narrow region which then broadens out into a very broad base. This is how your papers have to be structured. The top part, the top trapezium or the top bowl of an hourglass represents your introduction section. An introduction always starts broad. Start with what your reader can understand, what is common knowledge in your field, and then slowly narrow down by telling your readers what is the problem with what exists, what is missing in the puzzle. and then state your hypothesis, state your research problem very clearly, and then state how you aim to solve this problem. This is how an introduction has to be structured. The results, materials and methods, they go into the stem of the structure because they are very straightforward. Only write methods you have used, only give results you have observed for yourself, nothing more, nothing less, and you're done. But when it comes to the discussion, it's an exact inversion of the introduction process, wherein you start very narrow. You first talk about your results, what you discovered, what you built, and then expand it to compare it with literature, significance in a much larger perspective, limitations, and then future directions. So you started pretty narrow when it comes to the perspective, and you slowly broaden. This is how a good discussion has to be structured. And the INRAD structure has its own set of rules. So the abstract is a small INRAD by itself, which means a good abstract is not a summary of your results. You cannot just summarize your results and call it an abstract. That's not how it works. An abstract has to be a true miniature version of your entire paper. It should have an introductory statement, 1 or 2 lines about your aims and hypothesis, maybe a brief on the methods, results, and also the significance of your work. Introduction should not have your results. Introduction is just introducing the problem and introducing your research question. You are done there. Materials and methods, you can include citations, but don't start talking about your results. And similarly, in results, you cannot have any literature citations. And remember, discussion comes after results in all the papers, which means the readers already know your results, so you don't have to cite your figures or tables once again in the discussion section. Just go ahead, summarize your results, and start talking about your discussion points. Then comes conclusion. No matter if the conclusion is a standalone section or it is a part of the discussion, it is a great opportunity for you to once again reiterate the importance of your work. Don't write it as an afterthought. Abstract is the first impression of your work, and conclusion is what your readers leave your paper with. Make a very strong impact in the conclusion section as well, which means don't talk about limitations in your conclusion. Talk about significance, talk about applications, talk about the promising things that your work can do for the future. Never limitations, never try to be modest in your conclusion section. Next comes this question of language, tenses and voices. So when we were in our school, if you ever mixed up the tenses in a paragraph, your English teacher would be furious. Then you became PhD students, and now suddenly the papers use different tenses in different sections. It's all mixed up. How did we end up in this place? Also, more importantly, why does papers have such complicated language rules for them? They have a reason behind. So normally the introduction section gets written in the present tense. Why? Because what do you talk about in the introduction? You talk about things that have already been published. When something is published, it is considered as a fact. The sun is hot. The earth is round. Never the earth was round or the sun was hot. Similarly, the introduction, when talking about published information, published by you, published by someone else, as long as it's published, use the present tense. Materials and methods, results. This information is not yet published. You own this information. You know it is true, but nobody has printed it. Nobody has given their stamp of approval, which means that gets written in the past tense. When you take up the discussion, you talk about what is known, published, what you discovered for the first time, and also about the future possibilities. Therefore, discussion has a mix of present, past, and future tenses, and that's okay. When it comes to figures and tables, when you're pointing to figures and tables, you say figure 1 shows that. Never figure 1 showed that, because where is figure 1? It's right within your manuscript. But when you're writing the legends for your figures, remember that is still the results. Results are what will go into your figure legends. So most part of the figure legend still happens to be in the past tense. The next question is voice. Can I use I, we in my manuscript? Can I use the first person in my manuscript? There was a time when this was frowned upon. You were asked to write in the third person. So this was discovered by us. never rediscovered this or reinvented this, because academicians, researchers were expected to be very modest and humble. No longer works, because journals are fed up of third person writing. So several journals now explicitly ask you to use the first person narrator. My advice is, by default, use the first person writing, but when a journal is still pretty old fashioned and they don't want first person, you can always rewrite it later, because right now majority of the journals, they're okay with the first person. The thumb rule is keep it simple. Language, sentence structures, tenses, keep it simple. We want our readers to understand the paper, not appreciate your poetry. Poetry has a place in your blog post, in your personal diaries, not on your manuscripts. So please keep your language pretty simple. Yeah. So now comes review articles. Review articles don't really have a structure to them. You are your own boss. As long as you have an introduction, conclusion, and content in between, it becomes a review article. But remember, even with review articles, it is not simply summarizing the work, it is giving your own twist, your own perspective. So once you do that right, you get better review articles. So why do people write these review articles in the first place? It's because there is so much of research out there. It is very difficult for one researcher to go and read hundreds of papers and clean out the most important results. That is why it's a traditional practice for seasoned, super experienced researchers to write these review articles, which will summarize all that happened in the past 10 years, 20 years in a field of research. But now, since review articles are those articles which get the most number of citations, people have started rampantly writing review articles even when they are not an expert. Is that a bad idea? Not exactly. I would say writing review articles is a good strategy, because if you are a young PhD scholar, writing a review article will give you a clarity like none other. You get to read through all the literature. Anyways, you're doing a literature survey for your introductory section of your thesis. Why not put in a bit more of efforts and make it into a good review article? And also, you don't need much resources when you're trying to write a review article. But the catch is, anyone can write a review article, but not everyone can get it published in prestigious journals, because remember, review articles are traditionally written by experts, and you are not the expert yet. But that should not stop you, because if you have a PhD supervisor, they happen to be the experts. This is where establishing collaborations up the ladder with people slightly ahead of you in your research journey will help you to quickly get your first legitimate review article. Not some random stuff that gets published somewhere, but a truly insightful review article can help you advance your career and your publication portfolio, provided you do it right. And also, not all journals publish review articles. Even with journals that do publish review articles are usually invited articles, which means you cannot write a review article and go submit it to a random journal. They will not accept it. Most of the cases, you should reach out to the journal editors way ahead, submit your topic, submit your abstract, submit the profiles of your co-authors, get the permission or get the go-ahead from the editorial board. Then you write your manuscript, and you have to still go through the entire peer review process before it can get published. So always write to the editors, understand what is required before you write a review article. Then comes this actual process of writing, which is one of the toughest things that you will ever do in your PhD journal. And to make things complex, we have something called plagiarism. So plagiarism is just copy pasting someone else's work and claiming that it is yours. But the catch here is, in academic writing, plagiarism is not always intended. Plagiarism could also be accidental. How can you steal accidentally? You can do that because it is very difficult for us to always keep paraphrasing stuff, and one of the easiest ways we gather information and summarize it at a later point is to just copy paste the information and then think of ways to summarize. So this basic thought is what will lead you to unnecessarily include content from earlier literature, which might later show up as plagiarism. But with the advent of tools like Turnitin, catching plagiarism has become easier, but then it has also become painful because when you have a long process or when you have a long instrument name, there are really so many ways in which you can write that sentence, and all of that will show up as plagiarism. You can ask a few questions to avoid this. First is the content and the words mine? So the idea has to be yours, the words have to be yours. If that is the case, you can go ahead and use the sentence without any citation or reference. If the idea is not yours, add citation. If the words are not yours, not just add citation, also add quotation marks to show that you have verbatim with the content from elsewhere. So this is all nice, but how do I deal with papers or content that I published? So I have published a paper, there is some information in the paper, now I am trying to write the same information into my paper number 2. Even then, you cannot copy sentences as it is from your first paper into your second paper. That is called self-plagiarism. Once something is published, even when it is your own material, it does not belong to you. It belongs to the universe. The copyrights belong to the journal. So make sure that even when you represent your own ideas from an earlier publication, you still have to do something called paraphrasing, rewriting, restructuring. Content remains the same, but the presentation changes. So how do you effectively paraphrase? The first rule is never use Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V on your keyboard. Never works. Okay? So right from day one of your writing process, read, assimilate, synthesize the idea in your own words, and that is what should go into your draft manuscript. Because you might assume that, okay, today I'll copy because it's lunchtime. Assume you're reading a paper, you're super hungry, you don't have the time to sit and paraphrase. You think, okay, I'll just copy paste it into my manuscript. Now I'll rephrase it later. Never happens. Then you put your manuscript through Turnitin, it will scream bloody murder, and all your manuscript sections will be in red because several of those sections were derived from earlier papers. This is a waste of time and repetition of processes. So never do that. Do it right the first time and you are safe. And with plagiarism tools, what has now happened is people pass their manuscript through a black tool. It shows 35% plagiarism. They don't want to work from scratch. What they do instead is they rewrite very simply. Active to passive voice. Subject becomes predicate. Predicate. All your English grammar, Renan Martin skills get applied to your paper, and Turnitin will not be able to recognize this because for Turnitin, it is just a matter of words and semantics. But imagine the plight of the editors, your readers, your peer reviewers who have to read your paper. It looks absolutely butchered and completely senseless. So never do this. This process has a name. It is called patch writing. So this is what a good paraphrasing looks like. So it retains the content of your original text, but not the words, not the general structure. But when you just rearrange words and jumble it up, it could come out of your black checks unscathed, but still it is considered as plagiarism. And remember, a good paper is more than just the text. Your display items have to be impeccable. Especially when you go for these high-tier, top-tier journals, they are very focused on your display items. Your images should be of high quality, and you cannot suddenly come up with high-quality images before the submission. Right when you are doing the analysis, get the best quality images and always retain your source files. Because tomorrow, if any concern is raised as to the validity of your data, you will need your original files, your backup files, your original data. Even your lab books are supposed to be preserved so that you can prove that the data indeed existed and you are the one who brought out this data. So be careful, be very diligent at every single stage. And anytime you have an opportunity to add a cover letter to your submission, please do yourself a favor and add the cover letter. Because cover letter, it's just a one-page job, but it clearly tells the editor why this paper has to be considered for the peer review process. Where does your paper fit in the grand scheme of things? They don't don't have to go and hunt down all of this from your paper. It is all shown very clearly in just a single page, and this is one of the good templates that you can use. I will share this template with you when I share the resources. So make sure that when a journal gives you an opportunity to add a cover letter or say a graphical abstract, even when the journal says graphical abstracts are optional, prepare a graphical abstract and submit it. Because even authors or even readers who don't come and read your entire paper, they'll be intrigued by your graphical abstract. If you have a really nice, eye-catching graphical abstract that beautifully portrays the problem and the solution that you're offering, very good chance that your paper will be read more, will be cited more, you have a better H index. So jump at such opportunities. And no matter how good you think your manuscript is, you all have to go through this process called peer review. And peer review can be very, very brutal. And it was not supposed to be this brutal, but somehow we have ended up at this point. So how do you tackle this peer review process? So you submit your paper to a journal. The editor feels, okay, this paper is good enough to be considered. Then they pass on this paper to your peers, to your other researchers. They give their comments, and this is the peer review process. The comments come to you. You address these comments, make changes to your manuscript, sometimes even do additional experiments, redo your manuscript, submit it, and this process goes on for a few times before your manuscript gets accepted. And sometimes, if you are unlucky enough, you will end up with very bad reviewers, probably the reviewer too, who will just rip your manuscript apart. Okay? But when that happens, even when worst happens, my idea or my suggestion is always assume good intentions, because you cannot win a war with a peer review. They, as mean as they can get, you still have to endure the process. So there are some pointers which can help you navigate it clearly. So always have a well-structured paper, have your data ready so that anytime they raise a question, you can submit the data to validate your claims. And also be very polite in your responses, have very clean structured responses, and add references to all your responses. Say you present something, the reviewer says this is not true, they present a counter argument. Bring in references, don't just go and start fighting with the reviewer, instead bring in references and tell the reviewer that I'm not the only person saying this, or we are not the only person saying this, there is so much of literature that says that our perspective is right. Now, nobody gets offended, nobody should be offended for that, and the editorial board will be on your side when you have sufficient data and sufficient proof to show that what you're doing is right. And anytime you get the peer reviewer comments, resubmit promptly. This is one of the problems that several researchers have. If you get a comment or a set of comments on Monday, the resubmission should happen on Friday. This has been my thumb rule always. Even if the journal gives you 3 months to resubmit, do not wait. If there are no major experimental changes, even when you have 6 to 10 pages of peer reviews, 1 week is more than sufficient time to resubmit. This will help you cut down the time of the entire process. Also, your reviewers will be fresh. They remember your paper, and when you do all this highlighting properly, so each response, tell them where exactly the change has been made in the manuscript. Most of us are lazy. We will not go back to the entire paper. As a peer reviewer, okay, we look at the response, we look at the corresponding change in the manuscript. If I'm happy, I'm happy. But if you resubmit the paper after 3 months, the reviewer does not remember your paper, they'll go back to the entire paper, and in this round they'll find errors they did not even find in the first round, and you will end up having an additional 20-30 comments which you have to work. And if you keep doing this too many times, your paper publication is going to be unnecessarily delayed. Be prompt, be specific, be courteous, address the problem, not the person, and you're doing a good job. And some things you cannot do is, you cannot keep arguing with the reviewer for every single point. Don't refute their claims outright, never make it personal, and also make sure that you have sufficient data in your hand. When the editor or the reviewer asks for data, you cannot say no unless the information is confidential, it is sensitive, or it is going to be a part of a patent or so. Unless this is the scenario, when someone from the review process asks you for data, you give your data. That's the only choice you have. And this can happen only when you protect your data from day one, when you organize it, keep it so neat that when someone wants to see it, you are ready to submit it to them. So let's wind up the session by talking about metrics. So one of the popular metrics is impact factor, which comes from Clarivate. And where is this metric coming from? It's basically the average number of citations that one article gets in the past 2 years or so. So when you take the number of articles, when you take the number of citations, divide them, the number you get in a very simplified manner, the number you get is what is known as the impact factor. And this is computed by this company called Clarivate, which also runs the WS site, which also runs the manuscript matcher. It's a huge conglomerate with so many tools. Even when you come to the personal metrics, so on one side you have journal impact factor, on the other side you have this categorization called Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4. So how are these two different, and also what should I look for? Should I just look for the impact factor of a journal, or should I look for the category? So these two are very different metrics. When I talk about the impact factor of a journal, it's a standalone metric, which means the impact factor of journal A will not affect the impact factor of journal B. But when I'm talking about this ranking system of Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4, be it Scopus, Web of Science, UGC, CAP, this is a relative metric, which means the ranking I get is not only dependent on how good I do, it also depends on how good my other classmates do. If you ever studied in a school that follow the percentile system and not the percentage system, you will know this. So if you have a very competitive class, then the chances of you getting a good grade is less. But if you have a class of very dumb classmates, even if you do very averagely, you'll still be at the top, you'll still have the good grade. That's what this comparative metrics can do. So when you're picking a journal, what should you look for? Should you look at the impact factor or should you look at the ranking? I will look at the ranking. Why? Because ranking will tell you where a particular journal stands with respect to other journals in the same category. Impact factor can be very, very misleading. So I come from a field, or rather I come from a team that works intensively on medical, life sciences fields, and for us an impact factor of 10 is nothing. But if you are working in more very niche areas, language for instance, so we have someone who works in language, I know for her an impact factor of 3 is too much. 3 is like they are on the top cadre of publication, whereas 10 for me is below average. So 20 is maybe average, and above that is what we even consider prestigious. So impact factor can be misleading, does not give the full picture. So look at the quartiles. Where does your journal fall? Within which quartile? Stick to Q1, Q2, Q3. Forget that Q4 exists. Don't cite papers from Q4. Don't publish your papers in Q4. It is as simple as that. As harsh as it sounds, this is the only way to go forward if you want to protect your papers. So how about these personal metrics? H-index, item index and so on. So to put H-index very simply, it is the balancing point where your number of publications and your number of citations match. For instance, say I have published 100 papers, but out of these 100 papers, when I count the citations for each of the papers, only 10 papers have at least 10 citations, which means my H-index is 10. If my H-index has to be 15, out of the 100 papers I have published, at least 15 of those papers, each of those 15 papers should receive 15 citations individually. Only when that happens, my H-index will move from 10 to 50. So H-index is a metric that measures both your number of publications but also the impact of individual publications. But when you take up the item index, it's pretty straightforward. Your item index starts only when your first publication hits at least 10 citations. Even when you're a new researcher, you publish one paper, it gets one citation, you can enter into the H-index club. But when you want to go into the item index club, it's much more elite, and you can only do that when at least one of your papers have reached 10 citations, which means item index is more for seasoned researchers. But one common thing that you notice among all of these metrics, From journal metrics to individual metrics, they all depend on citations. So it is important that as researchers, you start with good research questions, frame really good methodologies, write absolutely brilliant papers, publish them in legitimate journals, and also make sure your paper gets enough visibility. Promote your paper in your circles, in conferences, through invited talks, in your social media pages, through academic circles like ResearchGate, academia.edu. Write blog posts about your paper. As an institution, as a department, run podcasts where you invite your own faculty to talk about their research. Make sure that this podcast reaches as many people as possible so that you benefit as an institution. And all of these are very ethical, legitimate ways to promote your paper. What is not ethical is when you pay someone to add your paper as a citation into their paper, but doing this promotions is very, very essential. You can no longer be confined to that idea of an introvert scientist, poor, starving scientist who sits in corner of a lab and does research, does not promote themselves, does not work anymore. So the game has changed. You should promote yourself as an academic if you want to gain visibility, and there is nothing wrong in promoting yourself when you are doing it very ethically. So have strategies to do this also. And one other way in which you can beat the citation game is look for ways in which even when you publish a paper in a subscription-based journal, look if the journal allows you to share the full text of the paper in very limited forums. Then you can submit the paper as a preprint to a preprint server. That will bring in a lot of footfall. Or are there other access models where, though your paper is in a subscription journal, can you give limited number of people access to your papers so that you get better visibility? You will have to look for such options. So once upon a time, just like how RNA was a very alien word, I'm sure PCR also was not a word most of you knew. Though I'm a molecular biologist, so my life day in and day out was using PCR. But 3 years, 4 years back, if I came here and talked about PCR, you would be like, okay, you're not focusing on engineering faculty, you're focusing on biology faculty and all health will breakthroughs. But today when I say PCR, all of you recognize PCR thanks to COVID. And then PCR was discovered for the first time by this amazing, crazy scientist called Gary Millis. He goes and submits his paper, he discovers something new, submits it to a very prestigious journal called Science. And his paper gets rejected. The sad thing is, the same editor who rejected his paper continued to be the editor of this prestigious journal when the PCR technology was applauded as one of the best discoveries in the past 3 years, and Gary Millis went on to win the Nobel Prize. So if a Nobel Prize winning idea can be rejected, your papers can be rejected. Paper rejection is a part of the game. You will have to go through it. It will not be fair always. Sometimes papers get rejected purely for very vindictive reasons, very, very unfair reasons, but that should not stop you from resubmitting the paper to a second journal. There are just lakhs of journals out there. Just because one journal rejects your paper, in no way judges your work as bad or yourself as a bad researcher. Move on. Take the learning, take the reviewer comments, rephrase, restructure your manuscript. Once you write a paper, it has to be published, and you are not stopping until you get it published, no matter how many times you have to do this process and how many of these peer reviews that you have to go through. The only thing you will not be doing is paying someone to get your papers published. Do anything and everything other than that to get your paper published, and that's the only way to go forward. Also, don't only think about communicating your research through journal articles, because that is good, you can do it, but remember that the end product should also reach the general public, to the industries, and to everyone else who is looking for this particular knowledge. So also communicate your science in a very informal way, again through blog posts, podcasts, social media. This will help establish yourself as an expert in the field, as an influencer in the field, and it will also bring in very surprising collaboration opportunities. You don't have to go chase collaboration. Collaborations will come and knock your door once you give your work the necessary visibility, and that can happen only through science communication The time is too short to get into the nuances of science communication, but make sure that you explore that as well. And today, we cannot talk about pretty much anything without talking about AI, and that's exactly what we'll do with the afternoon session. We'll be focused on getting ourselves introduced to at least 10-15 AI tools for each of the aspects we discussed in the morning session. So for all the bottlenecks we discussed today, there's a solution in AI. I'm going to introduce the solutions as a lecture in the afternoon, and tomorrow we'll be exploring these solutions as hands-on sessions. So tomorrow both these sessions will be hands-on, and the infra, I think you will have to ask your organizers about the location, what you have to bring, so on and so forth for tomorrow. So on that note, thank you for your attention. I'll see you after lunch, and this is where you can reach me beyond the session. The QR code will take you to my LinkedIn page where I write pretty much 2 to 3 times a week on the different aspects of writing and publishing. I talk about AI tools. I give you lists of new AI tools, upgrades to existing AI tools, and so on. You can also reach out to me for a session or for manuscript editing or whatever, or simple question that you have. Not good with calls, but great with WhatsApp. You can drop a message and get back by the end of the day. And you can also write to us on the email ID. We'll get back to you whatever your query basically is. Yeah? So I see you all post lunch. And if there are any questions, go ahead, shoot. If not, have your lunch, come back and ask. Yeah, we can do a group photo now with the cohort that's available today. I mean now. Then maybe one post lunch also. So let's do the pre-lunch photo.
హలో
you.